Hare Krishna. So on behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, I'd like to welcome everyone for the morning program. A special welcome to Yashwini Mataji, who's here to stay for next 5 months on the ladies' ashram to serve and study Bhakti Shastri. So hopefully you have a wonderful time in association in serving of the Lords here. Okay, so today is a very, very special day also, as it is the appearance day of Sri Advaita Acharya. It's a very special day. As it said, I'll read out some items for this exalted personality. All glories to Sri Advaita Acharya, the incarnation of Sadashiv and Mahavishnu, who is an intimate associate of Lord Sachinanda Gaurahari. It was in response to his loud calling that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared in this age of Kali to deliver the fallen conditioned souls from the pitiful condition of material existence. By worshipping Shaligram with tulsi leaves and the water from the holy Ganges, he pleased the Lord and made him descend from the transcendental realm into this world for the benefit of the jivas who had gone astray from the spiritual path of life. Appearing around 50 years before Gaurahari, the beloved son of Jagannath Mishra, who was a dear friend of Advaita Acharya. He came along with his wife Sita Thakurani to the house of Jagannath Mishra when Vishwambara was born. He later witnessed many childhood pastimes of the Lord and joined his Sankirtan in Shiva's Angan when Mahaprabhu returned from Gaya and started exhibiting transcendental ecstatic symptoms. After Mahaprabhu took sannyas, he was taken by Nityananda Prabhu to the house of Advaita Acharya in Shantipur, the village where Advaita Acharya stayed for the majority of his pastimes. There Mahaprabhu met his mother again, and upon her request, he agreed to make his base in Jagannath Puri so that she could get regular news of him. Sri Advaita Acharya would then go to Jagannath Puri every year for Chaturmasya and spend time there in association of Gauranga Mahaprabhu. He was a prominent associate of Sri Gaurahari and was very dear to him. There are many beautiful pastimes of his described in the books of Chaitanya Charitamrita, Chaitanya Bhagavat, and Chaitanya Mangal. Sri Advaita Acharya Avirbhav Mahotsav Ki. So on this occasion, today will be a special class, and that will be given by Guru Charan Padma Mataji. And this evening, there will be Bhagavad Gita class by His Grace, by Bhakta Ian Prabhu. And also, you've noticed, on the door, we've got a list of names to be put down for the Nityananda Trayadashi. So that is for those devotees who want to sing for the 24-hour kirtan. So please, devotees, put your names down for that, and then we can give a great festival for His Lordship, Lord Nityananda. Okay, so we continue reading from Srila Prabhupada Shikshamrita in a letter to Revatinandan Prabhu on 26th of August 1970. He says, I'm very glad that you are all following the regular chanting of 16 rounds daily very strictly. This schedule which you have made is very satisfactory. So follow the rules and regulations according to schedule and execute your duties in Krishna's service, and everything will be all right. These regulative functions of chanting the 16 rounds daily, rising early in the morning to attend Mangala Arti, holding classes for studying our scriptures, and going on Sankirtan. These items must not be neglected. They will quickly advance us in Krishna consciousness and clear up all doubtful activities which have been causing mischief in our society. Srila Prabhupada ki. Srimati. Oh yes, there is also half-day fast as a result, in celebration of Sri Advaita Acharya's appearance. And there is Ishta Goshti for those residents and staff in the Haveli from 10 a.m. Hare Krishna. Continue Tulsi prayers. Vivindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Srimati Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi ki.
Satyavate Nama Nama.
Now let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone, just like desired trees, and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Vancha kalpa taruvyascha, kripa sindhuvya evacha, patitanam pavenavyo vaishnavevyo namo namaha. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda ki, Trinad api sunichena.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
to you? Where did you hide him? Yeah, so keep working a little bit. Is it Apple? No, I left. I left. I work for Krishnamati now. Oh, right. 3 months ago. 3 months? Yeah, 3 months ago. So it's nice. So you left after one? Yeah. About 4 months ago. Oh, soon, recently. Yeah. And where are you? You're around here? Nice to see you. Yeah, nice to see you.
Tamaham bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Menam Kanvandam Maravindadalaya Taksham Varhavatam Samasitam Buddhasundaranam Kandar Bhagom Vikamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham bhajami Tamajam Tamaham Bhajami Angani Asa Sakale Priya Priti Manti Vasyanti Panti Kayanti Chiram Jaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam Adi Purusham Amaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Amaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Namaham 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 Bhajami
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Satma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Satma Santo Mui Savadana Mate Santo Mui Savadana Mate Jara Prasade Bhai Devavatoriya Jai Jara Prasade Bhai Devavatoriya Jai Krishna Prati Hoi Jaha Hoi Te Krishna Prati Hoi Jaha Hoi Te Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chittate Koriya Aikya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chittate Koriya Aikya Anakori ho mane asha Anakori ho mane asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aisayu Samakati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aisayu Samakati Jai Prasade Pure Salva Asha Jai Prasade Pure Salva Asha Sakudana Rilo Jai Jamne Jamne Prabhu Say Sakudana Rilo Jai Jamne Jamne Prabhu Say Divya Divya Gyan Hriday Prakasito. Divya Gyan Hriday Prakasito. Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Avidya Vinasa Jate. Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Avidya Vinasa Jate. Tere Gai Jahara Charito. Tere Gai Jahara Charito. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamajanada Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamajanada Bandhu. Lokinath Lokera Jivana. Lokinath Lokera Jivana. Ha Prabhu Koro Toya. Deho More Pada Chaya. Ha Prabhu Koro Toya. Deho More Pada Chaya. Eveya Susutribhuvana. Eveya Susutribhuvana. Aha Prabhu Kora Jaya Deho More Pada Chaya. Aha Prabhu Kora Jaya Deho More Pada Chaya. Eveya Susutribhuvana. Prabhupada Sati Sabhavana. Srila Prabhupada Sati Sabhavana. Srila Prabhupada Sati Sabhavana. Srila Prabhupada Sati Sabhavana. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivishesha Sanyavari Hasya Tyagashtarine. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna. Oh. Hare Krishna. Nice kirtan. Oh, sure. Hare Krishna. So, this is the beginning of what I call the Gorpranim season, starting with the appearance of Sri Advaita Acharya. So I thought we could sing a beautiful bhajan. And I found the song sheets in my great library of song sheets. This is one of my favorite bhajans, A Prayer to the Lotus Feet of Shri Gauranga by Srila Narottam Das Thakur. So if you want to pass some sheets around. Right. Right. Maybe we could read the translation first. On the sheet is quite a short translation. However, in the book is a very long purport by Srila Prabhupada in the songbook, but I think we'll stick with the short one today. So, who would like to read the first verse? Can someone read the first stanza, please? Hare Krishna. Anyone? Bengali or English? No, the English, sorry. English, yeah. We read the translation so we know what we're actually singing about. Nice and loud. Really loud.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna. In the land of Navadvip, on the island of Godruma, the magnanimous Lord Nityananda has opened a marketplace of the holy name for the deliverance of all fallen souls.
Huh? No, did he? Maybe you got the wrong one. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu. Did you get the wrong one? Oh, sorry. That must have been me. Sorry about that. I wasn't. Okay.
Okay, so then. My dear Lord Chaitanya, please be merciful to me, because who can be more merciful than your Lordship within these three worlds?
Haribol. Next.
Your incarnation is just to reclaim the conditioned, fallen souls, but I assure you that you will not find a greater fallen soul than me. Therefore, my claim is first.
My dear Lord Nityananda, you are always joyful in spiritual bliss. Since you always appear very happy, I have come to you because I am most unhappy. If you kindly put your merciful glance over me, I may also become happy.
My dear Advaita Prabhu, husband of Sita, you are so kind. Please be kind to me. If you are kind to me, naturally Lord Chaitanya and Nityananda will also be kind to me.
Narottam Das Thakur then praised the Swarup Damodar, Rupa Goswami, Sanatan Goswami, Bhatta Raghunath Goswami, Gopal Bhatta Goswami, Jiva Goswami, Raghunath Das Goswami, and his own spiritual master Lokanath Goswami.
My dear Srinivasa Acharya, please be merciful to me. I always desire the company of Ramachandra.
Haribol, Srila Narottam Das Thakur ki jai. And it's actually his appearance day in a couple of weeks, I believe, as well. So let's begin. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Kara More Kara More Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Kara More Daya Kara More Dhamma Vina Ke Dayalu Jagata Samsare Dayalu Jagata Samsare Patita Pavana Hetu Tavavatara Tavavatara Patita Pavana Hetu Tavavatara Hetu Tavavatara Mosamopatita Prabhu Napaiveara Mosamopatita Prabhu Napaiveara Prabhu Nitya Nanda Premananda Sukhi Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Premananda Sukhi Kripa Balakana Koro Ami Boro Dukhi Kripa Balakana Koro Ami Boro Dukhi Daya Koro Sitapati Advaita Gosai Advaita Gosai Daya Koro Sitapati Advaita Gosai Advaita Gosai Tava Kripa Bole Pai Chaitanya Nitai Bole Pai Chaitanya Nitai Swarup Sanatana Rupa Raghunath Atana Rupa Raghunatha Bhatta Yuga Shri Jiva Prabhu Lokanath. Shiva Prabhu Lokanath. Daya Kara Shri Acharya Prabhu Srinivas. Shri Acharya Prabhu Srinivas. Daya Kara Shri Acharya Prabhu Srinivas. Prabhu Srinivas. Ramachandra Sangamage Narotamodar. Ramachandra Sangamage Narotamodar. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Kara More. Prabhu Daya Kara More. Hare Krishna. Srila Narottam Das Thakur ki, Shri Advaita Acharya Prabhu ki. So I feel very honored to be asked to give a class on the special appearance day of Shri Advaita Acharya Prabhu. Shri Advaita Acharya is a, most magnanimous, very great personality in the line of Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And surely I am not worthy to speak on its glories. However, I'm hoping that by speaking its glories, I will become purified, and in turn, you may become purified by hearing. I think the nicest part of giving a class is actually preparing for it. So for the past couple of days, I've been absorbed and immersed in reading the pastimes of Sri Advaita Acharya. So we will begin with this verse from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Leela. Adi Leela, first, number 1, text 13. Advaitam Harinam Harinadvaitad. Acharyam Bhakti Samsanat. Bhaktabhataram Isham Tvam. Advaita Acharya Ashraye. Advaitam Harinadvaitad. Acharyam Bhakti Samsanat. Bhaktabhataram Isham Tam. Advaita Acharya Ashraye. Hare. Please chant. Saya. Advaita Acharya Ashraye. Advaitam Harinadvaitad. Acharya Isham Tam. Advaitam Acharya Ashraye. Advaitam Harinadvaitad. Acharyam Bhakti Samsana. Bhaktabhataram Isham Tam. Advaita Acharya Ashraye. Ladies. Advaitam Harinadvaitad. Acharyam Bhakti Samsanat. Bhaktabhataram Isham Tam. Advaita Acharya Ashraye. Advaitam Harinadvaitad. Ashraye. Translation. Please repeat. Because he is non-different from Hari, the Supreme Lord, he is called Advaita. And because he propagates the cult of devotion, he is called Acharya. He is the Lord and the incarnation of the Lord's devotee. Therefore, I take shelter of him. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Gnanjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Namo Bhistam Stapitam Ena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Gadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavam Shah Shri Rupam Sahagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatan Bidam Tam Sajivam Sadvaita Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Deva Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Raghunata Shri Vishakan Bidam Stra Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagapate Gopesha Gopeka Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurange Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanustate Vipriye Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Mukham karoti vachalam pangam langayate girim yakripa tamaham vande Shri Gurundina Tarinam Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna. Thank you. So as stated here, Advaita Acharya, he is actually an elder of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Advaita, it means non-dual. So it means he is non-different. It says here, he is non-different from Hari. And Acharya, because he preached the cult of bhakti. So when we chant the mantra, Lord Chaitanya, he appeared as the absolute truth in 5 features. So when we chant the mantra, Panchatatvatmakam Krishnam Sarupakam Bhaktiavatara Bhaktyakam Nam Bhakta Shaktikam. We chant that mantra every day. So this is the manifestation of the absolute truth in 5 features. We have, right here, Panchatattva, Bhakta Sarupakam, that is Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. We have, Bhakta Rupa as Lord Chaitanya. Bhakta Swarupakam is his expansion as Lord Nityananda. Bhakta Avatar, Shri Advaita Acharya, he is the incarnation of the Lord as a devotee. And Bhaktakyam, incarnation of a devotee who is Shivas Pandit. And Bhakta Shaktikam, the energy of the Lord, Sri Gadadhar. So Advaita Acharya actually was born 50 years before the advent of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He actually departed 25 years after the departure of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He lived for 125 years. 125 years. He was actually a disciple of Sri Madhavendra Puri. And of course, Lord Chaitanya's guru is Sri Ishwara Puri, who is also a disciple of Madhavendra Puri. So Advaita Acharya was actually like a god uncle to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was an elder, and he was also his guru's godbrother. So he was obviously very, very respected. Now, if we think of Madhavendra Puri as the seed of the tree of bhakti, and then Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as the trunk, and then the 2 branches, Nityananda Prabhu and Sri Advaita Acharya. So Sri Nityananda Prabhu and Sri Advaita Acharya and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they are all non-different from Krishna. They are all Vishnu Tattva, not Jiva Tattva. Whereas Srivas Pandit and Gadadhar, they are not the absolute, they are not the Godhead. So we worship him today because he is non-different from Krishna. He is non-different. He is actually Mahavishnu. And as we know, Mahavishnu is in charge of the creation. not Mahavishnu directly, is creating through his expansions, Garbhodakasaya Vishnu, Kshirodakshaya Vishnu. So he is not only in charge of the creation, but he comes down himself to actually deliver the living entities from this material world. So he not only creates the material world, but he actually comes down to help the devotees through Sri Harinam Sankirtan how to get out of this material world. So we're going to talk a little bit today about his birth, about the environment that was there in Navadvip at the time, about his petitioning Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to descend, some of the pastimes of Sri Advaita Acharya, and also some of the lessons that we can learn from his life. And I'd like to also share with you a little bit about Srila Prabhupada and his prayers and desires at the home of Sri Advaita Acharya to be empowered to spread this Sankirtan movement to the Western world. So we know that Sri Advaita Acharya is actually very, very auspicious personality. He is very merciful and very compassionate upon all of us souls. So he was born in Navagram, near Sylhet, and that is in Bangladesh. I don't know if anyone has ever been there. No. But later he was born to Kuvera Pandit, and his mother was Nabi Devi, and his name at birth was Kamalaksha Bhattacharya. So he later got married. His wife was Sita Thakurani, who we hear about and celebrate her appearance as well, because she was a great personality. Actually, at the birth of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sita Thakurani came with so many beautiful gifts for Lord Chaitanya. And she saw the effulgence of this beautiful child and said, he is non-different from Krishna, but just golden in color. So Advaita Acharya actually had two wives, Sita Thakurani and Sri Devi. It was a custom then to have two wives. And he also had 6 sons, one of whom became also a follower of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So he spent a lot of time, because Navagram was actually quite far from Mayapur, like 340 miles. But Shantipur, has anyone been to Shantipur? You have been to Shantipur. I have never been to Shantipur. Mother Moksha has been to Shantipur. Shantipur is only about 17 miles from Mayapur. And he also used to frequent Navadvip because, of course, Navadvip was the center of all learning. And actually, Advaita Acharya, he studied in, when he was younger, he studied under the tutelage of, what was that? Pula, where was it? I can't remember the name of who he studied under, but he achieved the title of Acharya because he was actually a very, very great scholar. So in Navadvip at that time, well, Navadvip used to be the center of bhakti, lots of devotion, but over time it degenerated. And so during the time that Advaita Acharya was in Navadvip, there was lots of impersonalism, lots of sense gratification. There was very dry learning, worship of demigods. It was very dry, speculative philosophy, grammar, that kind of thing. But Advaita Acharya, he had a school, and he used to give lessons to all his students and disciples on Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita. But he would give a very clear purport of bhakti, right? He would give a very clear purport of bhakti. And he felt very compassionate, because although he was delivering all his students, he was feeling very troubled about all the other, all the other people of Navadvip that we're not being able to get the clear message of bhakti, and we're struggling. So, of course, we know the story, we've seen the picture, and we've heard the story of how Sri Advaita Acharya sat on the bank of the Ganga, and he worshipped his shalagram, not just with water, Ganga Jal from the Ganga, but with Tulsi Maharani. And he prayed intensely, because even though he is an incarnation of Vishnu, he came as a devotee, so he felt like he could not deliver these people himself. It says he prayed so intensely, sometimes he roared, and he prayed fervently and chanted for many, many days for the Lord to come himself. He pleaded, please, you come yourself and deliver these people. And that sound traveled, they say it traveled so far that it reached Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who 13 months later appeared on the full moon, the eclipse of the full moon, and with the devotees chanting Hari Hari. And he wanted him to come through the vehicle of the Harinam Sankirtan to inaugurate this chanting of Hare Krishna. So, the Lord is very, very merciful. And when we chant and pray in a way with sincerity, then Krishna reciprocates, not just with us. He's waiting to see our love, our commitment, our sincerity. But for some personality like Sri Advaita Acharya, of course the Lord will appear personally. But even for lay and fallen devotees as we are, we can chant with our hearts open, with sincerity, and know that we have a relationship with Krishna, and as much as we approach Krishna, he will reciprocate with us. So, Sri Advaita Acharya had this school, and Vishvarupa, who was the older brother of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he used to come to the school and was very enlivened to hear the lessons and the beautiful messages of devotion and the wonderful shastra and purports of Sri Advaita Acharya. And then one day he heard his parents talking about his marriage, because in those days they would, marry people quite young. and so he actually left home. Vishvarupa, he left home, renounced, and he never looked back. He just left home without a word. You can imagine the grief his parents felt. Sachimata and Jagannath Mishra, they were heartbroken. And when Vishvarupa used to go to the school, Nimai Pandit would come and bring a lunch pack for his older brother. And when Sri Advaita Acharya first saw this little boy Nimai, he was struck with the beauty of this little boy. But he didn't yet know that this was actually the Supreme Personality himself. So Mother Sachi was so troubled that Vishvarupa had gone through the lessons that Sri Advaita Acharya had taught, that she said to Nimai, you can't go anymore. So, of course, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, or Nimai Pandit, he did go, and so Mother Sachi, Nimai eventually revealed himself as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Of course, the devotees used to gather at Shiva Sangam. And I don't know how many of you have been to Shiva Sangam. I know you have definitely been. Shiva Sangam is a place where the Panchatattva would gather for their kirtans, for their glorious kirtan. And it's an incredibly powerful place, isn't it? Incredibly powerful place when you go there. So they would go mad in ecstasy, chanting and dancing at Shiva Sangam. It was the home of Shivas. And one time, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, filled with ecstasy, he revealed his identity, and he was giving out love of Krishna and prema. And the devotee said, oh, please give Mother Sachi also your mother. And he goes, oh, no, she has committed an offense, Sri Advaita Acharya. She has committed an offense because she told me I cannot go. Of course, at that point, I think he was married to Lakshmi Priya, so she was worried as well that he was going to leave his wife and go off and become renounced. So Mother Sachi, she went immediately to the feet of Advaita Acharya and she begged forgiveness. Please forgive me for my offense. And of course, Advaita Acharya, he forgave her. So, some of his wonderful pastimes, of course, the pastimes of the Panchatattva, some of them are hard to understand. Advaita Acharya, he was, as I mentioned, he was the elder of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, many years older, 52 years older than him, and he was his god uncle. So of course Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would always offer respects. We say Advaita Acharya is our Acharya. He is one of our Acharyas in the line of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, even though he's his elder, because he considered himself a servant of the Lord. So that's why he is in the line of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Advaita Acharya would always offer respects to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And one day he thought, he thought up a plan. So in his school, he started to preach Mayavad philosophy. And, Aham Brahmasmi, we are all God, and all this kind of thing. So when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard about this, he immediately came and he started beating Advaita Acharya with a stick. And Sita Thakurani said, what are you doing? Are you going to kill this old man? And Sri Advaita Acharya was dancing in ecstasy, saying, aha, the master can beat the servant, but the servant can't beat the master. So now it is very clear that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is my master because he is beating me. So in this way, he was in ecstasy. We can't really, it's hard to understand the loving relationships, and we can't really compare it to mundane kind of relationships. However, sometimes when we witness relationships amongst devotees, here they're called loving mock quarrels. So just like when we have a close relationship with someone, a close loving relationship, just like me and Mother Moksha, we have a familiar relationship, so sometimes we criticize each other, or we at each other's expense, we'll make a joke. It's all done in fun and love, isn't it, Moksha? And sometimes when you witness the loving exchanges between devotees, it's what do you call it? Inexplicably kind of hard to understand, but beautiful to witness. Many years ago, I had the good fortune of visiting Mother Yamuna and her godsister Dinatarine at their home in Sharanagati. And I used to watch the exchanges they had because they were very advanced devotees of Krishna. And I used to watch their loving exchanges and how they would, mock and tease each other. So these are beautiful loving exchanges between devotees. So Sri Advaita and Nityananda often also had these loving quarrels. And I'm not talking about quarrels between husband and wife, no. But these are, transcendental loving quarrels. So once when all the devotees were having prasadam, Nityananda Prabhu, he took some prasadam and he threw it at Advaita Acharya. And Advaita Acharya said, oh, he is an avadut. He is so rude. He does not understand etiquette. He has offended me by making me unclean. So Nityananda Prabhu said, oh, you don't understand. Mahaprasadam, it can never be contaminated, even if a dog touches it. So they had this little banter between them. It was all done with love. And then once during the Rath Yatra festival, at the time of the Rath Yatra festival, the devotees were all cleaning the temples, the Gundicha Marja. They were all cleaning all the temples, and afterwards they all went to take bath in the Indradumna Sarovara, and they were all having water fights. So we all know how much fun it is to have water fights. And these water pastimes, of course, the devotees all lived by the Ganga and the Yamuna. Krishna also sported in the water, so these water fights are so much fun. But Advaita Acharya and Nityananda Prabhu, they started to have a water fight. And of course, Nityananda Prabhu defeated Advaita Acharya. So Advaita Acharya, he, started to tell him off, call him bad names, and this was the nature of their loving exchanges. So Advaita Acharya, he was also very friendly with Haridas Thakur because they were more of a similar age. Haridas Thakur, he used to frequent Shantipur, and they would, spend many hours chanting and talking Krishna Katha. So Advaita Acharya, because he was a very Paka householder, he would perform the Shraddha ceremony for the relatives and all that. And at that time, you invite all the Brahmins to come and take prasadam. And you also ask one chief Brahmin to come. So Advaita Acharya, he asked Haridas Thakur to please come. Jai Shishi Radha Gokulananda Ki Jai, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ki Jai, Shishi Gornitai Ki Jai. So he asked Haridas Thakur to come and be the chief guest at the Shraddha ceremony. And Haridas Thakur said, "How can you ask me? I am from a Yavana family. How can you will be criticized by all the Brahmins." And Advaita Acharya said, "Oh, no. I am strictly following the Vedic injunctions, the injunctions of the Shastras. By feeding you as the chief Brahmin, it is like you are so pure. By feeding you, it is like feeding hundreds and thousands of Brahmins. So what I'm doing is correct." And and so in that way they had a very, very beautiful, beautiful relationship. So what are some of the lessons that we can learn from the life of Sri Advaita Acharya? So I was thinking about this. What are the lessons for us in his life? So Sri Advaita Acharya was actually an ideal householder. He was married, and yet he was not just a guru, but he was an acharya. So for many of the devotees in the Krishna conscious movement, many of us will get married. Some of us will take to renunciation, but many of us will get married. And here it's showing that, not despite being married, but along with being married and fulfilling all his responsibilities of a grihastha, he was also a guru and an acharya. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stayed in Jagannath Puri, Sri Advaita Acharya, he used to go and spend 4 months with him, but he didn't stay with him like some of the renounced brahmacharis and that. They would stay with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But Advaita Acharya continued to preach and to teach and to carry on with the Harinam Sankirtan. So it's a lesson for us all, because Srila Prabhupada said that we can all become guru. Each and every one of us can become guru. We won't become acharya because Srila Prabhupada, he is our acharya, he is our founder acharya. But as long as we follow the instructions of our guru and repeat the lessons that he has taught us. I was reading the other day in the end of the 5th canto that Srila Prabhupada was saying, as long as we hear the Srimad Bhagavatam, not only hear it, but then we repeat the messages to others to propagate the message of bhakti. So these are the words, some of the words of Srila Prabhupada. He says, so try to follow the path of Acharya process, then life will be successful. And to become Acharya is not very difficult. First of all, to become very faithful servant of your Acharya, follow strictly what he says. Try to please him and spread Krishna consciousness. That's all. It is not at all difficult. Try to follow the instruction of your Guru Maharaj and spread Krishna consciousness. That is the order of Lord Chaitanya. By following my order, you become Guru. So you can all become Guru. Just by sharing Krishna with others, you become like a Guru, isn't it? So that is one lesson. Another thing I was thinking, here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, we have such elaborate worship, and this is the worship and the standard that Srila Prabhupada set in all our temples. When you ever go to an ISKCON temple around the world, there is the most amazing worship. I know in some temples, like in the Los Angeles temple, they actually change the deities 3 times a day. And they've maintained that standard throughout the pandemic, with devotees becoming ill, devotees departing, right? And here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, we also maintain the standard despite whatever happens. Even during the pandemic, all the devotees, they all chipped in, isn't it, to ensure that the worship carried on. But Sri Advaita Acharya, he worshipped very, very simply. He worshipped his shalagram simply with Tulsi Maharani and Gangajal. So it's not like in our homes we have to have elaborate worship. Some people do, but also Srila Prabhupada, he actually stressed that within our communities, the main temple, the main shrine, should be our focus. So at home, like in my home, I don't have deities, but I have an installed photo of Sri Panchatattva that we have been worshipping for over 25, 30, maybe 30 years. We worship them simply with an offering every day, an arti, and of course, the magic ingredient is prayer. So the simple worship and the prayer, the power that we have over the Lord through our prayer, Krishna is very kind. He is Bhaktivatsala. So he is very kind to his devotees. So if we pray with love and sincerity, then we can, although Advaita Acharya prayed for the Lord's appearance, we can pray for the Lord to enter into our hearts. We can pray that we can see Krishna within our lives. We can see Krishna's magic, within our dealings, in our day-to-day lives. We can see Krishna's presence there. So it's all about the sincerity of our prayers. Krishna reciprocates with us, but we all go through lots of challenges in life, lots of trials and tribulations, and for each and every one of us, you may think somebody's trials are more than yours, or somebody's aren't as bad as yours, but Krishna gives us whatever challenges he knows we can pass, and he wants to see that through those challenges that we actually really take shelter of Krishna. I know so many devotees, God sisters actually, who have experienced the most incredible challenges in their lives. And it's just been so inspiring to see how they have actually really cried out to Krishna, for understanding and a loving relationship with him. So this is something we can learn from Advaita Acharya, that we can cry out to Krishna every day. because Kali Yuga is not getting easier. It's only getting more intense, isn't it? For those devotees who are out on the street, or if you listen to the news, I mean, it's just actually shocking how the material world, how quickly it's getting degraded, how quickly our leaders are becoming more and more degraded. So it can affect us in life. And, we simply need to cry out to Krishna, and Krishna will appear to us. So also, what we learned from Advaita Acharya, because he actually prayed for Lord Chaitanya to come and deliver the fallen souls through the medium of Harinam Sankirtan. So this is about the power of the holy name, the power of the holy name. So he was the one who so intensely desired Lord Chaitanya to come and deliver through this Harinam, through this very, very simple process of chanting Hare Krishna. And it's because of Advaita Acharya that we are sitting here today and chanting Hare Krishna, because he was the one who prayed for the Lord's mercy to come down in the form of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the holy name, and Sri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. So we've all been blessed by the mercy of Advaita Acharya, directly and indirectly, and we should take advantage of his mercy, especially on this particular day, which is the appearance of Sri Advaita Acharya. We should serve him with great love and affection, because if it were not for him, we would not be sitting here today. If it were not for Srila Prabhupada, we would not be sitting here today in this whole great parampara. It just reminds me, actually, when I used to go on the streets of Sankirtan, before we approached even the first person, we would just simply pray for the mercy. We go, Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Shri Advaita Chandra Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaur Bhaktivinoda. We would pray and pray that we would get the blessings of the parampara, and we would actually meditate that they were all there watching us on the field of Sankirtan. They were witnessing our activities and showering flower petals on us. So this is a really wonderful thing that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Nityananda Prabhu, and Sri Advaita Acharya, they used to meet in Shantipur, and they used to discuss about the Sankirtan mission, make plans, and just like the Sankirtan devotees making plans, where do we go, and which town should every town and village, which town should we go to next. So many years ago, in 1980, one of the long-time pujaris of the Shantipur, he was a pujari and also a caretaker of this ashram in Shantipur, where I believe, I'm not sure, but I have read that the Shalagram Shilas that Advaita Acharya worshipped are still there. They keep them hidden. You said you'd been there. Did you? No, you haven't been there. Has anyone been there, Shantipur? No. Yes. Do you know? Wow. Oh, maybe. Incredible. So this pujari, he came to Mayapur in 1980, and he had with him a magazine, a Back to Godhead magazine, and there was an article in there of Srila Prabhupada called A Lifetime in Preparation, about, his mission. So he spoke to the devotees, and he explained how he had been the pujari at this Shantipur ashram in the 1940s and the 1950s. And he described how this Grihasta devotee used to come and sit at the back of the temple and chant Hare Krishna very, very intently. And he used to come regularly, maybe once or twice a month, and he would sit at the back, and when he would leave, he would thank the pujari, thank you very much. But this pujari noticed also that he had tears in his eyes when he would be chanting. So there was a long time, a gap, that he didn't come. And then in 1965, he saw a sannyasi sitting at the back of the temple room again, chanting Hare Krishna. But this time he could see he was just flooding, more than before, just flooding, his eyes filled with tears. And when he looked at him, he recognized, he said, oh, he is the same one that used to come many, many years ago. So he went up to him and he said, excuse me, Maharaj, but who are you? And this was Srila Prabhupada. He said, I am A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. I am an unworthy disciple of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And he said, I have come here because tomorrow I am getting on a ship from Calcutta. My spiritual master has given me the impossible task of bringing this message of bhakti to the Western world. And I'm feeling so unworthy and so incapable. So I am coming here and praying very intensely that I will get the blessings of Sri Advaita Acharya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and Nityananda Prabhu, that I could fulfill this mission. So it was many years later, because I was in 1965, and it was many years later that devotees, white Western devotees, came to Shantipur, to this temple. And so the pujari, saw these Western devotees, and they gave him this Back to Godhead magazine. And he came to Mayapur in 1980 to share with the devotees. He could not believe that A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada, he had fulfilled the order of his guru, his spiritual master, and he had become successful in spreading this mission throughout the Western world. So it was through the power and the Shakti and the blessings of Sri Advaita Acharya, Sri Nityananda Prabhu, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the whole of the Panchatattva that Srila Prabhupada was blessed. And we are very blessed to get their mercy and his mercy, and that we are here, sitting here today. So we have only great thanks and gratitude to our parampara and the whole of the Panchatattva. Shri Advaita Acharya ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So I don't know if anyone has any other nectar or any other words of wisdom or any stories concerning Shri Advaita Acharya. Yes, Ad Kinchana Devi Dasi. Can we have the microphone? Yeah.
Thank you very much. It works now. Thank you very much for the very beautiful presentation that you've made this morning. Really nice. I would like to add to your list of lessons that we can read.
Is it on? Is the thing on?
It says on.
Just speak.
Okay. I would like to add one more thing to the lessons
Yes,
that
definitely.
we draw from today's presentation, and that's being personal. So when you shared those exchanges, they were very personal exchanges. So that's another lesson that we can draw from today's presentation, is being personal.
Thank you so much. That is so valuable. And this is the wonderful thing about Bhakti Yoga and, the loving exchanges that we have with each other. I was telling someone the other day, someone who's very, very new to Krishna consciousness, and she was having a little house, little ceremony for her house, and some of her friends were coming, and they were all from different faiths, friends from university and this, and they were bringing her gifts, and she was like, oh, no. And I'm like, this is so beautiful that it is part of the process of bhakti that we receive gifts, we exchange gifts, we reveal our mind, all these beautiful loving exchanges, and the way we are very personal with each other. It's at the heart of bhakti, isn't it? Which is why it is such a wonderful process. So thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you.
Another, yes, Prayojana Prabhu. Can you pass the microphone?
Actually, I wanted to share with you an experience that we had in the mid 90s, maybe, where Mother Guru Charnapadma invited us, and Kripamoy invited us as a Namahat group from the Isle of Wight to their house. And she was demonstrating about the cooking and worshipping. But it came to my mind is that actually she's following the order of her spiritual master, and that helping the neophytes that we were and still are, some of us, that in listening to this nectar and hearing about Krishna consciousness, that actually we were experiencing what Mother Guru was passing on to us about Advaita Acharya. That actually she is another instrument on behalf of her spiritual master, and it was a wonderful experience just being there at that house. I'll always remember it, always being completely enthused by it, and showing us about all home worship and everything. And so it's a personal thank you.
Oh,
really.
well, I have to personally say that I don't actually remember that.
Yeah.
But I think it's but you're older than me, and I think your memory's better than me.
Yeah.
But what I can say, it's one of those cases where you're the elder, and I am offering obeisances to you, because it's one of those cases where the student jumps way above the teacher. So thank you for those kind words, but I am totally inspired because, I've seen Prayojana's journey, from a grihasta, working and carrying out his family responsibilities, to renouncing everything and coming to live at a ripe old age to Bhaktivedanta Manor, and just seeing his dedication, I'm going to get tearful now, but totally inspired by your commitment, your dedication, your enthusiasm to speak about Krishna, to give class. And whenever I meet him, whether it's in the shoe room or on a walk or, wherever we meet, he's always got some Krishna katha to share. I think that's a lesson for us all. Whoever you meet, try and uplift them all just a little bit, even if it's at a very basic level. But try to share with them something to, elevate, make them feel a bit happier, and come a tiny little bit closer. So thank you so much, Prayojana Prabhu. Hare Krishna. It's been a joy to see your progression in Krishna consciousness. Very inspiring. Cyrus.
Thank you, Mataji. Thank you for invoking the mode of Advaita Acharya, and him being such a meek servant that he is and was. But I wanted to get to the juicy bit, if I may say. Did he, because I can't recall any pastimes of his where he revealed his identity? And I'd like to hear something about that, if you have anything to share.
I mean, in my study of the life of Advaita Acharya, I read of one instance where Advaita Acharya hid, he hid at the home of Nandanacharya or something, Nandanacharya. He hid at the home of Nandanacharya, and he told his servant Ramai, and then Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because Advaita Acharya knew he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but he was also kind of playing these kind of little rasa thing, So Advaita Acharya hid, and then Lord Chaitanya said to Ramai, go and fetch Advaita Acharya at the home of Nandanacharya. So he actually knew that he was where he was hiding. And so Advaita Acharya was so amazed also. It was like, okay, I'm convinced now he's God, because he had hidden, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu knew exactly where he was. So that was something that convinced him of his identity. Other than what I shared at the home of Sri Vasacharya, I don't know if Vishwambar Prabhu, if you know any other pastime where how Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you're talking about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu revealed, Cyrus Prabhu? You're talking about how Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu revealed his identity, yeah. No? Anyone? His identity as the Supreme. No, that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu revealed his identity as the Lord? Is that what you're asking? Yeah. Not Advaita Acharya, that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, yeah. We need to... he didn't reveal himself as Mahavishnu, no.
Sorry, is there a misunderstanding? I was talking about Advaita Acharya.
Oh, Advaita Acharya.
Yes.
He didn't reveal himself as Mahavishnu. I mean, he is just known, he is an incarnation of Mahavishnu.
That's interesting because his meekness strikes me.
His meekness?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because to live for 120 years and to keep your identity like that intact without revealing it is quite something else.
He revealed it through the potency of his teachings. And because he was the Lord in the incarnation of a devotee, he had the mood also of a devotee, of a servant. So he was actually Vishnu Tattva, but he was in the mood, in this Panchatattva manifestation, as a devotee. So he was very meek and humble and very compassionate.
That's the lesson I take from this.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sankirtan Priya Prabhu.
Krishna Mother, thank you. Just to clarify that point, on the Vrindavan website, it says all glories to Sri Advaita Acharya and the incarnation of Sadashiv and Mahavishnu.
Yeah, Sadashiva as well, but I didn't dwell on that because I didn't understand that so much. Ian. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much for the wonderful class. You spoke a few times about how Sri Advaita Acharya, had this intense mood of prayer, this very powerful, prayerful mood. And you also spoke about how when you'd go out on Sankirtan, you'd also have this intensity of prayer, for the blessings. And I just wanted to ask if you might have any tips or anything that you can share with us, because maybe I speak for myself. Prayer is not something that, we just think about. I think about chanting more, reading or following, like the basic things, but any tips on how we can use prayer as a way to kind of get us to be more connected, and any advice that you can give just based on that.
Thank you, Ian. Well, I feel that you're very, very connected because I just recently was somewhere at someone's home that had come here for the 7-day challenge. And they kept going on about Ian this and it. And he was so inspired. He was like, I want to go on Harinam Sankirtan. And so your prayers are very potent. But I think it's all in the chanting of our japa. I mean, not all in the chanting of our japa, but that is some of the essence, that when we chant our japa, try to chant our japa without offense and purely, and in the early morning hours in a very focused way, we connect and or we get a glimpse of connecting, or we get a moment or a spark of connecting. But it's certainly a recipe for becoming empowered. An empowered preacher is to chant very sincerely and in a very focused way, praying to become an instrument. I just constantly pray to become an instrument that I can somehow, Krishna will empower me to give share some of this wonderful gift that we've given with others. So I think that is the order of our guru, if we want to become gurus, because Srila Prabhupada very much, because I know, like, when you get to my age as well, and I'm kind of, you kind of, it's almost like I'm aging, and I just want to be saging now. I just want to be reading and chanting and this and that. But the message of our guru was to propagate this message to others, to go out and share. So I'm trying to get off my backside, not be complacent. I mean, even giving class today was a challenge for me, but I'm doing it because my spiritual master, has asked that we share. So, we have to not give up our complacency, and if we actually accept the challenges of trying to share with whoever we meet some spiritual wisdom, we will feel the empowerment and the mercy of our Guru. So we will pray like that to become instruments in Krishna's and Srila Prabhupada's service and become gurus. I'm only a Guru Charanapadma Dasi. I am a servant. I'm trying to be a servant of my Guru.
Hare Krishna, thank you for the
Smara Hari Prabhu.
Thank you for the class, Mataji. It's just a humble thought. Another way to get Advaita Acharya's mercy is also to pray for others on this day, because that's what's his.
That's a wonderful lesson. Let's not pray for ourselves, as Sri Advaita Acharya did. He prayed for others. And yeah, I think sometimes when I'm in a most beautiful kirtan, I raise my hands up in the air. Sometimes when you're in an incredible kirtan, and I raise my hands up in the air, and I just kind of want to share it. And I think of devotees who may be devotees, family members, whoever who may be struggling. And I pray that this sound vibration and the potency of the holy name will reach them and heal their hearts and help them. So that's just such a beautiful point. Thank you so much, Mahari Prabhu, that we pray for others, not just be selfish and pray for our own salvation. I'm sorry, can you, I can't hear. I'm getting hard of hearing. I can't hear anything.
Yeah, Hare Krishna.
Chait.
There's a pastime where Advaita Acharya became Mahavishnu, and Lord Chaitanya was riding on him. So Lord Advaita Acharya, he was riding on Mahavishnu, one of the Narendra Sarovar. So Advaita Acharya did reveal his identity.
He revealed?
Yeah.
Can you tell us? Because I can't hear so well. But you're saying Advaita Acharya revealed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So can you tell us? Because you're more well read than I am.
This is Chaitanya Charitamrita. One time there was a pastime where Lord Chaitanya told Advaita Acharya, I want to ride in this lake. Can you?
He lay down in the lake.
Can you lay down for me? And then he became Mahavishnu, and then Lord Chaitanya was riding on him.
Wow. Do you know where that is in the Chaitanya?
I don't know. It's somewhere. I read it.
I believe you. You read it.
Also, there's another pastime also with Advaita Acharya. This is in Chaitanya Bhagavat. Advaita Acharya told Lord Chaitanya that if someone worships you, I will glorify them. If they worship me without worshipping you, I will destroy them.
If they worship me, if they worship me without worshiping you, then
I will destroy them.
Oh.
So the pastime goes that if someone sees Lord Shiva as Vaishnava, then Lord Shiva will take them to Krishna. But if someone thinks that Lord Shiva is equal to Krishna, then Lord Shiva will not accept that worship. He will destroy that person.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. Yes, Akanchanabja Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. I just wanted to thank you because something I'm going to take away from your class, which I found really interesting for me, was how you're talking about Advaita Acharya and Lord Nityananda having that really loving relationship, and how how you also spoke personally about yourself and Mother Moksha having a very loving personal relationship. And because there is a loving personal relationship, we can have that banter. You're talking about these jokes. And sometimes we may have friends and have banter with each other and someone gets offended. And usually that offense is because there's not enough love. And you're speaking a lot about loving exchange and deep love between Lord Nityananda and Advaita Acharya, and how you're mentioning yourself and Mother Moksha. So I just wanted to thank you, because it reminds me that even in whether it's relationship with spouse or kids or friends, that if there's a lot of love, then it's okay. But if there's not enough love, then sensitivity and criticism and offense can...
Yes, we do have to be very... Thank you so much, Kanchanabja Prabhu. And I think, we do have to be very careful who we have this kind of banter with. Because offense, to a devotee, of course, is the worst offense, mad elephant offense, and will destroy our bhakti creeper. So we have to be very... I think you kind of know when you're in a loving kind of... When you have a loving relationship with someone, you kind of know who you can have that kind of, banter with, where you kind of laugh and joke and, tell each other off and, slap each other. It's a little bit like that, or, it's just really, really beautiful. At the same time, I remember, because I was talking about witnessing devotees, advanced devotees. I remember once when we were on Parikram in Mayapur, Navadvip Dham, I think it was with Bhakti Chhu Maharaj, Radhanath Swami. But when we would go to these temples and meet some of these very elevated Vaishnavas, and when I would see the way, it wasn't that kind of banter, but it was just pure love, the way the respect and love they showed to each other, these wonderful personalities, advanced personalities from our lineage, our gurus, and the way they interacted with these kind of great sages and bhaktis in that area at some of these temples who, I remember that place. Anyway, there was this devotee there. He was like 100 years old, and every time the devotees, I can't remember his name, when they went there, he would do a feast for them. I don't know if he's still living now, but we went a few times, and he would feed all the Vaishnavas whenever ISKCON devotees would come. He was a very elderly gentleman, so pure-hearted. But when I saw these, gurus from our ISKCON, and the way the love and respect they showed, and I think also I've heard, like when Radhanath Swami visited South India, and it was like that when you see contemporaries have this really beautiful reciprocal, it's just incredible to witness, actually. It opens up, just witnessing it opens up your heart as well. But yeah, you have to be careful, especially with husbands and wives. They get more offended. Shri Advaita Acharya ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki, Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki jai, Hari Hari Bol. Thank you all for your kind attention and being very merciful to me, and for the beautiful sharing and offerings of wisdom and questions. Hari Bol. And I think there is fasting half day today. And there is an Istagosti, Temple Istagosti at 10 o'clock. Hare Krishna.
Mataji's days are getting longer. It's more massages.
your credits back up.
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama